Okay, I think we're live. Right, we got to do some posts. It's been a pretty hectic morning. Ooh. It's There we go. Don't know why I pressed that. It never works. Yep. Something went wrong. It's not out yet. Cool. Pretty quiet. I need to put a link to the Discord in the chat. Like, put it in here. I wonder if I make a utility widget as well. We can do that, which could be cool. I need to do some more posts, so I don't forget. See if we can get some more people in here. think that's gone to everyone. I don't really know what other platforms I use. Blue Sky? I rarely touch it, honestly. Why won't you let me log in? Post. All right. Cool. What else? Pretty much it, I think. Let people drop by and we'll see if we can find some music. And the problem is, whatever music I select, it's going to get taken down. Just do some Zen. That's going to make us fall asleep. That should be all right. Okay. Last night we set up a heart on the chest. I tried coming up with some more ideas and just couldn't think of any. Um, I think it's just such a vague theme that just makes it quite difficult. Um, I don't think there's a difference between this. Sure game. Good morning. Good morning, man. How's it going? Theme, and then it was Trials of the Heart, wasn't it? It was a spell mistake. I do this instead. And then what I can do, let's just create a binding. I need to save it, though. What is your concept / idea for now? It's pretty much the same as what we had last night. The idea that you can remove your heart from your chest and use it as some kind of like tool to like help people or protect people or do something along them lines. But I really want to get away from like the wave based stuff, like having to like do that as a trials, like something coming at you constantly. I want to get away from that. I was thinking this morning I want to start where the game starts. We set up a game mode, so it's going to launch the game or launch the level. The game mode kicks in, and then we get a timer on the screen. So it's like 3, 2, 1, and then we kind of go from there. I think that would be good. Is it going to be a Quest native or PC VR game? We're going to aim for Quest native, so we'll aim for standalone APK as the main build, which is why I haven't put any of the nice rendering features into this. But as we go through it, if the file size gets too big, I might move it to desktop just so I don't have to worry about dealing with a 4 gig APK. But I'm going to try everything I can to optimize it so we can keep it below that limit and then go from there, which I think will be a good one to do. So we've got the cube represents our heart. That's going to be fine. My main concern is that it should be 1 gigabyte max. Correct. For native Twitch itch.io games, it'll be 1 gig, but you can use a side loader to get files bigger than that on there. If you go to the Reality Game Jam page, where is it? So you go to that page and then go to itch. Submissions. It does tell you in here somewhere. Pretty sure. Control F1 gigabyte. There. The itch upload limit is 1 gigabyte. You can compress your game as a zip. You can also upload larger files via Butler if you need to. So you can go past the 1 gig limit, which will be fine. And then we can go from there. I think when I built this as it was standard anyway, we're like 132 megs. So there's still quite a lot of room to play with. We could keep this under 1 gig. The only problem is if we start bringing in textured models and stuff, which will be a little bit of a pain. Textures take up the most amount of space. That's the main issue. If we do anything, it's going to have to be with either trim sheets or texture atlases, and then that'll keep the file size down so we can get more out of it. So it'll be like a super simple art style that we end up with, but I think we could do something cool with it. Okay. Why did it remove the text? Yeah, something was better. Yeah, I think it is. Mainly because I can't do the full week. I've got other client work contracted out for Thursday and Friday, so I won't be able to do those days. There we go. Look at that. Theme, Trials of the Heart. And we'll make this... Right, what? I rarely use this one. Trials of the Heart. And we can do that. I don't know why it disappears, but we'll just put it in here. There we go. Shield game 5.6. Yes, I'm in 5.6. I made it just a little bit easier to deal with. Plus, I want to test the GDXR template out in it. See how it handles it basically. Wrap with Scalebox. There we go. Now if I change this, thought it would update. Never mind. Can I put? I could either do that or with it. I'm going to end up spending more time doing this. Do that. Well, there we go. It's not the prettiest thing in the world. Cool, and then that should stay as it is. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Auto scale. Cool. That's alright then, isn't it? Stable game modes. We've got a game mode. We could just use this. Set up the start stuff. It's got some multiplayer stuff in there, but we can ignore that. Apparently 5.6 VR runs better, but not sure if it's PC VR or mobile VR. I found the mobile VR stuff runs so much better as well. Like it's really good performance. I haven't done a full profiling pass on it though to test whether it was just the updates I made to the GDXR template or 5.6, but I'm pretty sure it does feel a lot better. So I made a bunch of improvements to stuff like the screen fade system in the GDXR template. So it's now done on the camera instead of done through a UI element, which was spawned in front of the player and then attached to the player. So it just handles it a whole lot better now. Cool. That should be all right. I keep fiddling with this. I shouldn't be fiddling with it. I should be getting on. Should be doing stuff. Right. We got our levels environment. That's fine. We got our character, which we did yesterday. We set it up so we could grab our heart. We could pull the trigger and we could use that as a way to damage enemies or do some form of damage to them. I think the idea is to do it so when we press play, we send information to the player's HUD that says game starts in 3, 2, 1, and then we go through that way and kind of take it as. I'm thinking I might not worry too much about straying off slightly from the theme, just so we can do something cool in time. Kind of accept it, because it is quite a broad theme, and I'm struggling to come up with something decent for it. So we'll take it as it comes. So, right, game mode, VR game mode, open you up. Right. I can't remember if there's a start. Event, post login, could use that. Let's just do begin play. Event, begin play. Right, we need to get the character. See, the problem with the HUD is it's inside of the player. So characters, BP VR base class. I gotta remember whereabouts it is in here. Spawn HUD. Did I have it in here? Or have I got it in the character controller? Spawn player HUD on start. So we go through display HUD, set it true. We load it from a soft reference, and then we get spawned HUD. We go from there. I could cast to the player, but then the player gets loaded into the game mode. We know that it's the BP player HUD class, so we just get actor by class. BP player HUD. I can't remember how I've done it in the demo level. Let's have a look. And that goes to, yeah, get actor of class. Cool. I'll just use you. We don't need a push notification. We just need to do that. The problem is the game mode, I'm pretty sure, starts before everything else spawns in. What if I could use the post login? We'll try this, because I'm pretty sure post login only fires once the player's been added to the game. That player successfully logged in has been given a player controller. So we can use that. And then we can see, we might have to delay it a smidge to make sure we get the right one. But we can go from there. Right. Baby player HUD. Widget blueprint. Set up. User widget object. That just goes through to this, so we can use it. HUD. Player HUD master. I don't think I've got anything special in here. But we load. That's when we modify settings. That's fine. What I could do is on start, I have a UI element which counts down and then casts the game mode, and then tells the game mode that the time is finished, and then we go from there. So blueprint. Game countdown. CMDR. Nemesis 007. Greetings all. Hello. How's it going? Border. Transparent. Make this pretty large. Center it. I'm going to do that, and then game countdown. Game countdown. There we go. So we should, ideally if we press play, we should be able to see that in there now. I completely forgot to turn my heads on. The more information we can keep inside of the game mode, the easier it'll be, because then it's all contained. So it's going to be level timer, score, deaths, anything like that we come up with. Does anybody else's quest menu keep going through the roof? It also looks really washed out on one of the windows. Lol, I'm actually taking a break from doing some UE stuff. Nice. I think sometimes you need it. I did it a couple of weeks back and it definitely helped. Ooh, I'm getting birthday text messages even though it's not my birthday yet. Company's sending me codes for stuff. Learning anime blueprints right now. Nice. We'll probably get to that at some point. I hate it. Like we'll have to get this. We'll have to get. See, this is what I was saying yesterday on the stream. It's like if we do little robots or something that is pretty solid and we don't have to deal with animations, that would make everything so much easier on my end. But the other problem is we haven't even got far enough to decide whether we're actually doing some AI stuff. We've got the character in there to see if it tests damage, but other than that, I'm not really sure where we're going. It's not going well, that's for sure. Right, we got that sorted. VR preview is good to go. So if I start this now, we should ideally see the player HUD. with a number on it. And we see nothing. So first thing to check. That just happened too fast. Player HUD. VR-based character. Let's debug this. No. Which means I need to check my save game to see if I've actually enabled player HUD. No, I haven't. What? Initialize character, go through, display HUD. We're not getting anything, so... Right, we get hello. This should do it. I've got a feeling it might be this async. Ooh. Display HUD is not being read. That's a strange one. Hate is such a strong word. For those who have not done Anim Blueprints, don't know the hate. Oh yeah. Honestly. Yeah. I want to try my hand at is it the new state trees? This one? Yeah, this one. I want to give it, I know it's not animation blueprints, but it still links into it. But I want to give my hand at like tri-state trees and then see if I can get that hooked up to anim blueprints to get them to do stuff. But AI and stuff like that, I just don't really enjoy it. That's the worst part. Why is this not doing it? We know that's true. Or at least it should be. I don't know why my screen's doing that. It's been doing that ever since I got back from the shop. Which is kind of concerning. Right. Has gameplay tag character settings is not doing it. So... I don't think I've got anything stopping it. Our save game is set. Everything else is coming through properly. Play HUD. Wait there. There we go. I just had to delete the save game. It was overriding it. Right, can't move now. Right, fix the HUD. So for anybody wondering there, what happened is when I close the game, it saves my current settings. And when I start, it uses the previous ones. So because I updated the save file manually in here, every time, even though I was pressing play, it was still using the old ones. So I had to go into the save file and just delete it. and then that's put it through here, which is cool. Means we're working. Although player movement wasn't. I couldn't move. I can jump, but I can't walk around. Grab my heart and then put it back. Go pause. Oh, there we go. That's a strange one. My HUD's working pretty well. And then it appears on top of everything as well. We start, and then we need to count this down. X is a variable. Then just go countdown. This event. Countdown would do 1 second loop frame. And then we do, we'll do an integer. Countdown timer. Don't need to make that public. We'll just set this to 3. And then next. Do that. And then just to be safe, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the timer when it equals 0. We'll test it, and if that works, then we'll delete the. Basically, we'll destroy the widget blueprint that we're using. And I'll set it up so it asyncs into the main HUD, so that way we're not taking up performance when we don't need it. So it'll load it in each time, and it should keep that file size quite small. Equal 0 true. Can you guys hear the music? I'm trying to find a good balance between the music and then my talking volume without having it click. That should be okay. YouTube telling me off the bitrate again. It's like, should be fine. Cool. Ah, yes, cool. I think the song just dipped and then it was waiting for another one to start. The only thing is I'm using my headphones, so I'm listening to like proper music. Stuff that YouTube won't tell me off for. Or that they would typically tell me off for. Right. So press start. Okay, event construct happens too fast. So we do need to use the game mode to add this in. BP player HUD master, which should be fine. Border overlay. Basically copy this whole thing. And then do start timer. Game countdown. We start timer, game countdown, we add that to the overlay. So if I delete that, then we're not adding anything else into it. Overlay spawn HUD scale, we need to rename this. What variable? Game countdown. That loads in, which is fine. So now what I need to do is call this start timer from the game mode. I need to do that as an interface, otherwise I'm going to have to cast to it. Do I have one already set up? Interfaces, I do. So that is, which one? UMG updates. Let's use that. Start game countdown. And then start game countdown. There we go. That'll be added. We can do the same thing for a game over screen. We can add that to the HUD as well. The problem with the HUD is you can't interact with it, because it's literally just the HUD. So for the game over screen, what I might have to do is stop all movement methods and then use the HUD location to spawn a new UMG that can be interacted with and go from there. I wonder if that's going to be the best thing to do today, is get the whole framework in, so we get the start and the end in, and then anything in the middle we can kind of work on as we go. I think that might flow better. What am I doing? Where am I looking? Right, not you, not you. We are game mode. There we go. Right. Try that. Post login. I don't know if it's going to happen too fast. What I might have to do is set up, instead of post login, we do it from the player to the game mode, and then we tell the game mode when to start from the player screen fade. Yeah, post login happens incredibly quick. But if we do that, UMG start, widget component player HUD. Player HUD. And then it goes through player HUD master. And it should call UMG start game. Force login. The HUD's not loading. That's the problem. Okay. Start game. Blueprints. Characters. Duplicate. Level underscore roll one character. Let's do this. And then we say on begin. Start. Oh, game mode. Cast VR game mode. Get game mode. Ooh. How do we use the play? Start play. Transition to calls. Begin play on actors. Interesting. Either way. Let's do that, and we'll do a delay in here. Everything's loaded on the parent, so it should have on the parent first, and then this. So we do like 0.5. What I can do as well is I can disable all the inputs for getting the player to start moving around and stuff like that, and then have it called from here as well. Our game mode to start level. We don't need to worry about that. Right, that goes through the game mode, and that starts this. Let's start countdown to player HUD. No. Force login didn't fire, which means. Where's my game mode? Start. Oh, thanks. There we go. I don't know why it's off to the side. Oh, it's off to the side because we're adding it in. It doesn't know that it needs to be centered. It's going to the top left. So when it's added, it does that. Overlay. How do I tell it to be center? Center screen. Try that. Nope. Getting closer. Just not what we want. Why is it doing both of them? Pretty sure they should be different things. Try that. It's gonna look huge. What? Come on! It's been added in there. The overlay takes up the full width. I could try that. Probably going to move it in a little bit. It's still in the corner. That's the problem. So changing that's not going to make a difference. You need to do something in here. Just need that to be center screen. Come on. This is where I start doing the same thing over and over again and nothing changes. Oh. Wait there. What I'm going to do is I was going to duplicate the overlay and do a new one in the middle. I did it. Right. So it starts too fast. So we need to control when it kicks off. That's done by this. Start game, it delays 1 second. I've got in my base character the screen fade logic here. So when we fade in, finished, I could do screen fade finished. Screen fade finished, screen fade finished. If I leave that there and compile it, we should be able to go back to the child, override. Do I need to compile you first? Yeah, let me override that. If not, I'll do a dispatcher. Screen fade finished. There we go. That's what I was after. I don't think I'll need the delay now. It should wait. Start, fade out, we can't see timer. 3, 2, 1, go. And then we can do it. Cool. This whole GDXR setup is so much better than what I had previously. Now, if we do a dispatcher in here and we say call game started, any actor can reference the game mode or cast to it. And because it's persistent, we don't have to care about the memory cost. We can then check to see in any blueprint whether the game has started, and then we can begin it. This works quite well. Base character. The problem is I've updated the character controller to change which player we're using, which means I need to duplicate this. Character controller level 1. We'll put that in here. Character controller level 1. And then in our main menu, let's do a new folder. So I put them there. Then I can duplicate the base one. Main menu. And then in here I can change this one to just a smooth locomotion teleport. Save all. And then in the main menu, level blueprint already has smooth locomotion disabled. So on start, we can't move. So if we take the same thing, and then we'll keep rotation because we might need that. Play HUD, disable those two. And then in here, we make sure that is set to main menu. Save start. So if we start, we shouldn't have a HUD, which is cool. I gotta figure out what's going on here. What's happening now? My input's not working. Main menu, smooth locomotion and teleport. That should be it. goes through, and when you open, and then in here, and left. I've got no inputs now. What? What's going on? Why don't I have inputs? Oh, shit. Wait. Controller. Right. Okay, well that's the first thing I've got to fix in the GDXR template. Our timer didn't stop. Right, I need to fix that real quick. If I don't fix it, I'll forget about it, and then in the next update, it'll be a real pain to deal with. Why did they do that? I know this is annoying, so I apologize. But if I don't do it, I'm going to forget about it. And then when it comes to doing different things, it's going to be a real pain to deal with. So I already need to update this then. I don't know why it keeps doing it as in Purecast. Oh, I might have changed one of my settings. There we go. Otherwise, I'll forget about it. Make sure that's done. I'm going to make sure I push to Git. Current branch, current repository, right, 5.6. Oh, shoot, I should have done that in... Sorry, guys. I put these back in here, and then I know that if I do it in this branch, I can then put it through all the rest of them, so make it a little bit easier to deal with. I've got to keep an eye on my phone because we're trying to apply for a new property. So we're trying to get a rental agreement stuff sorted. And the problem is, it's been 3 weeks and we're supposed to move in tomorrow, technically tomorrow, and get the keys. But as you can see, like, it's been such a nightmare. We haven't even started packing anything because we don't even know if we've still got it. So trying to keep on top of all of that and see what's happening with it. Let's have a look at something. Two seconds, guys. I've been sent a trailer for this. Don't know if you've seen it. Back to the Future experience. Looks pretty cool. Hmm. That's kind of cool. VR experience available on MetaQuest. Is it just Quest desktop or is it standalone? I can't see that running on standalone. Really can't see that running on standalone. Okay. We'll see what we can get done. Right, 5.5. I've got to fix these. Let's do that. So what's everybody else working on today? You guys all up to something fun, or are you just chilling out, having a bit of a lazy day? So I feel like that's pretty much what I've turned this into. Go. Right, cool. That should be all done. Cool. Inch. Five 5.5, 5.6, desktop. Update from main. That's not right. This is the wrong one. Branch. 5.5. I think I broke it. Ugh. All right. That's fine anyway. Right. So fix that. That's not too bad. I'm gonna have to do this email real quick, guys. So you have to bear with us. Cool. I don't want to fall behind on my emails, so I'm going to try and keep up with them. Should be good. Veteran. Still game wide eyes. Yeah. They look cool, didn't it? Back to the Future VR. They dropped me an email to see if I could help or something, so just dropped them an email back being like, sure, we'll take a look, see what I can do. Love doing stuff like that. Load screen. There we go. So now we need to figure out why the timer's not displaying again. The timer might not be displaying because... No, that's the main menu. I don't think the save game would be affecting the other menu. The other thing we'll have to do in here is do a tutorial script. Oh, pardon me. Like come up with a way to tell the player what they've got to do. I'm wondering whether I could have an AI character which walks to certain spots and you have to protect them while they do that. Like they're doing the trial, they're going through something, and you're trying to help them along and like improve the situation. I don't know whether that could work. Yeah, game mode. Ah, it's using the same game mode. So I change it in here. Although that should be fine. I should be able to have a different character in here. Main menu. Level 1. I thought I could change this. Right. VR game mode. Duplicate. Game mode. Main menu. There we go. Right. Oh. Save all. You pulled in. Yeah. In menu. Duplicate. GM. Let's go level. Let's go all 1. And then this guy is going to be level 1. Main menu. You should be main menu. Cool. Right, and now project settings, and I need to update that because I moved it. Game mode, main menu. That's fine. Persistent main menu. Game default VR game instance. That one I shouldn't have to touch. Cool. And then maps. Cool. So if I go back to main menu. Press play. Stop. Where's the HUD? Come back to you. Main menu. Is it just that? What the hell is happening? game mode is set. World settings, VR character, controller, main menu. Level 1. Character controller level 1. Control level 1. Main menu. It's just a default smooth level motion character. Which is fine. VR game mode. Ah, it's because I renamed it. So if I can't cast to the game mode because it is the wrong class, and we've got multiple ones of them, I could change the game mode to match the current one we're in. Or what I could do is I can close some of these damn windows, and then we can set up an instance or blueprint interface, so we can send the message to any game mode, and it won't care. It'll just look to see if it's in there. That's going to be a lot more reliable. Right. Our game mode. Event. I don't think I've got any interfaces in here. So let's do a new one. Our game mode. Game mode. Event. Start game. And then we take the character. Control level 1. To be able to do that instead. We are game level 0. So it goes through. Let's have a look. This is firing. Play. Should be fine actually. UMG start game mode countdown. Distant, U, open sublevel. And then what I need to do, I need to copy the logic or get game. Where is it? Yeah, game instance. Get game instance. Some game. Add gameplay tag. Play HUD. See if that works. Access non-trigger property. Get actor of class. The actor doesn't exist. Access non-start game mode. Right. There we go. I don't need you. I have a reference to the game instance already from the parent class. Don't need to cast twice. Cool. So I should be able to do the main menu with no HUD. Start. What is going on? So it removes these when the main menu starts. That's fine. Remove gameplay tag. But then when the new character loads, here, it should be adding the gameplay tag back in. So it turns it on. Unless it's because it's in the base, the main cast. Oh. This is happening faster. Delay is the worst way to do this. Do that. That should be enough, actually. That took way too long to set up a player. I wonder if it means I need to do that in the main template then. Move the screen fade to its own logic. Not the screen fade, the player HUD, sorry. There's nothing really stopping me from just moving that too. Do that. Cool. Take you. Countdown complete. Countdown complete. Sure game, how did you manage to add screen fade on camera instead of using the UI widget? Is this a 5.6 thing? Did you do it on stream? No, I don't think I did it on stream, but it's not too difficult to do. So in my player, let me find my main one. Base class. Cool. It's pretty much this whole section here. So I've got two different things going on at the same time. I've got a desktop screen fade, which is done directly on the camera using the start manual camera fade. And then there's a node that was added. I don't know when. It wasn't there when I originally set this up. Called set HMD color scale and bias. And what I do is I use a timeline to go through and alert that color screen from transparent to black. It's pretty much just the alpha, to be fair. But it blends through, and then that gives the effect that I need. So if I change like this color ballast now, oh, it's not going to work. You guys are going to see the black. But basically, this controls anything on the HMD itself. And then the set manual camera fade controls what you see on the desktop monitor. So this is pretty much all the logic you need. And then event fade in, I just call in my player. I was doing it from the hands, but it was loading at the wrong time. And I can't remember where I put it now. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like that little node does everything. So if you're doing mobile VR, that's the one to use. It just looks so much better. It's a lot faster as well. Go and then start. That's all I should need. Countdown complete. Got game mode. Yes, that looks great. Awesome. It's so much smoother as well when you're on the headset. You don't have to do as much calculating to get the load screen to go and then the screen fade to appear. So on begin play in the character, base character, so update screen color. So as soon as the player is loaded in, we immediately set the HMD color to black and then the camera to black as well. So this handles the desktop stuff. What you see on stream, this is what's handling that. And then in the headset, like directly, this is what's handling it on the headset. So you can use both of those to then alert between. Update screen color is then just fired off my event begin play. So as soon as the player starts, it then loads in. Can't remember if I need that one. But yeah, so hopefully that helps. I lost hours trying to implement a proper screen fade. I've done so many different types of screen fades over the years, it's ridiculous. But this is the best option I've found. There we go, countdown complete. So we're reading it now from the game instance using the Blueprint interface, which is excellent. And now what we need to do is say on start, player HUD master. When countdown's complete, we just delete it. We could do it from here. So we've got this running through. Problem is we'd have to cast to it. I could try just doing it itself, actually. There we go. Remove from parent self. Countdown complete. If I do countdown complete through to the game mode, and then we have the game mode, do game started. We'll do it that way. Should be fine. That should remove it. DMDR, I'm late into your dev. Are you using forward or deferred rendering? I'm using forward. I'm using forward because we're aiming for mobile VR. Play. Cool. 3, 2, 1. There we go. And then it starts. There we can go. So what I need to do now is set this up that when the countdown finishes, I can then move around. So right now, I can immediately start running around and the game hasn't begun. So if we wait till the countdown's finished and then we start, then we can kind of go, which would be a good one. But yeah, I'm just using forward. It's just easier, faster performance as well. Plus, if we're targeting mobile VR later on, then we'll need it. I've seen a comment on a YouTube short yesterday about it. Someone was like, "Oh, we've moved to Godot because Unreal doesn't support forward shading." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" It's like, are you serious? It's so frustrating seeing all of that crap at the minute. Being like, Unreal doesn't work very well and it's bad performance. It's like, no, it's not. It's just devs not taking their time to do shit. And the worst part is, it's not even the devs, it's the higher ups. Like, the devs know that they need to optimize this stuff and they do their damn best to do it. But the CEO's just like, ship the game, it's fine, just put it out. I also think the problem is the fact that people are trying to target higher end hardware, like the Xbox, what's the latest one? One X or something? And then Xbox are like, oh, but you've got to make it work on the lower one as well. I think that's causing a lot of problems. But I think I'm just talking out my ass at the minute. just frustrating either way that people are just like crapping all over Unreal games just because they picked an engine that works really well. I've lost track of what I was doing now. Control, we don't need U controllers open anymore. That should be fine. Game mode now has a call start. We were doing the movement, so on countdown begin, game complete. What I can do then is inside of our player, which I just bloody closed, I can add these tags back in. So I can take you, characters, our level, right. That's the game mode. What have I got my game mode down as? BPI game mode, VR Jam. My player doesn't need to cast to the game mode, does it? I know I'm overthinking the optimization, but I'm honestly just like, even if I take my time doing the optimization and we don't get something at the end of it, at least we'll have a solid ground to work from. What I could do is have the game mode player character, countdown complete. What interfaces have I got on here? Oh, my character doesn't have an interface. Let's do game mode, BPI game mode. Do you game mode start game? Enable player movement. So we are character level 1 game mode and game mode. Game mode enable player movement. Then what I could do is get these tags. Game instance, and then add gameplay tag. Come on, let me paste you in. Copy. Paste. I don't know if I want to do teleportation actually. Actually, I will because I'm using that character. I can't be asked to change it. And jump. Display HUD. We've already got that sorted over here. Display HUD. And then we'll do add tag. I think it's just crouch that I've got to do. So if I do that, then that should be fine. And instead of having it in the game mode, not the game mode, the save game, so behind my head, you can't really see it. Let's move that so you guys can see it. I got the gameplay tags here. Jump, snap, rotation, that's fine. Display HUD, can open hand menu, false. Smooth motion. That should be the defaults that I need. Show game. Yeah, that's a positive thing developing for VR. You have to mass optimization. That makes it easier to switch to development for flat games later on. Yeah, pretty much most of my contracted work is often optimization for getting a desktop project to run on mobile VR. That's a lot of what I do. So I'm pretty good at it at this point. At least being able to open up a project and kind of destroy somebody's hopes and dreams that they've spent the last year working on, and then telling them that they can't do something. it's not fun. In some cases it can be. But yeah. Right. We've got that. I've disabled movement in general. I need to make sure I delete the save game. Saved. There's no save game folder, but there should be. It's our GitHub. That's because I'm in the wrong damn project. Work. Reality Game Jame. Trials with a Heart. Save game. Save game. Delete that. So when this player starts, it's going to do the HUD. The HUD comes back to the player. The game mode talks to the player and says, what we're saying, enable player movement. Enable player movement. So once the countdown finishes and it's been removed, then we can start moving around. But the problem is we remove that from the main menu character as well. So we need to set that up. By default, they're not going to be able to do much. They should have default options. So let's try it. I heard the developer of a recently released game called Quantum Void, which is a very beautiful and well-made game, talk about the fact that Unreal Engine 5 wasn't a mobile VR engine. He's on Unity. Yeah, honestly, the post, like the YouTube short that I saw for Godot was like, we started building our game in Unreal Engine, and then it had two nice reflections and lighting, and we needed forward shading, which Unreal Engine doesn't have, so we moved to Godot, and I'm just like, are you serious? I was like, it's project settings, rendering, forward shading, just say like enable. It's so frustrating that they're like jumping on this hate bandwagon and making videos to like confuse people. I think it's why a lot of people join the Discord and like, oh, I'm building this thing for desktop. They started out with the default engine, like engine version. Right, so we can't move around. 3, 2, 1. It's happened. I can jump, I can't rotate or do anything. Okay, let's figure that out. And it just causes so much miscommunication, it doesn't help. And that he was waiting to see U5 game run on Quest. I was like, yeah, there are plenty of them. There's so many. The new Alien game is run on Quest. Like, Red Matter, Alien, what is the other ones? Unreal Engine 5 games on Quest. Is there a list? List of native games that use Unreal. Hubris? I don't think I played that one. Beamoth uses it. What's the other one? The God of War type game? I'm pretty sure that uses it as well. It's so frustrating that there's so many misconceptions about it for other game devs, and it's just being an absolute nightmare. Got an email. Hope that your live stream goes smoothly. Thank you. Batman Metro. Yeah. Basically, all of the big VR games that are on standalone mobile for Quest have been done in Unreal Engine. But because there's such a hate train right now because of Threat Interactive making all the bullshit up, that everybody's just jumping on it to just get those like clicks and views through, and then that's what's causing the problem. But with some creativity, you can do some incredible things with forward shading. Like all the original Gears of War games, like were done with UDK and stuff like that. That's all forward shading. And it's so frustrating. Like I don't want to defend Epic. It's kind of on them to do that if they want to, which I obviously 100% get. They don't have to. They're too big. But it's just frustrating that as a developer, and you go through and watch these tutorials, and all the things are like just fuck unreal. You're just like, oh, it's so frustrating. It's so good for mobile development. Oh yeah, Threat Interactive is funny. Oh my god, I can't watch it anymore. I watched a couple of older ones, and now I'm just like, stop. It's the fact he wants like $1 million to build his own version of a game engine or something. It's just like, dude, just shut up. Tags have been added, but I can't move. Why can't I move? Enable movement. Squarepeck, hello, how's it going? We've currently been ranting about other game engines. Not other game engines, other YouTube commenters. There we go. Right. I just needed to enable movement. Cool. Right. Got that. I gotta be honest, I'm hating the theme. So we got the main menu, we got the character movement all sorted, so it stops. We don't have like a game over. I'm pretty much doing everything apart from the main game. I still like the idea of removing your heart to like do something with it, like to help someone else. I think that's a good concept, but bridging the gap is just so much more difficult. Squarepeg, going good here. Good, it's good to hear. You. I wonder if we could turn the heart into a shield. Pigs, what is it you're doing? Is it a contest? It's a game jam. So we're doing the VR game jam. Let me get the link to it. This one. For this Reality Jam. There is a large prize pool that's split between like the top 5, which is pretty cool. But the idea is we got basically a week, so like 6 days and 12 hours to build a game focused on the theme Trials of the Heart. But the problem is I'm struggling with the whole Trials of the Heart. We got the beginning sorted. I'm going to start working on the end, but I'm struggling with the whole bit in the middle. Maybe you could use your heart to provide buffs, shield, speed boost, invisibility. Yeah, but we need something in the middle. Need something to like do that middle piece. Like at the minute we've got it so we press play. There we go. So I can take my heart out of my chest, and then I can use that if I hold the trigger down to like damage the enemy. But I also think I need to do it so it's like I can help someone or like heal something. Like use my heart as to like the challenge. That's what I'm kind of confused on. I've never played Vampire Survivors, but I'm like that's what's running through my head. But you're trying to like keep someone else alive or something, like have an AI that's like moving around the map and doing it that way. Like we got to protect those from emotions or something along them lines. Like I don't know whether to do work on like a damage screen at the minute, so like damage for the heart, so we can see that progress go down. I think that would be good. Square Peg, I posted something to Blueprints that should be useful for GDXR. Cool. Good morning. Yes, I'm moving around the map with, through a side-scrolling type of level. Yeah. Let's have a look at Blueprints. Already sure what it posted, but it seems useful for full body IK walking around. Nice. See, the problem with adding full body IK to the GDXR template is solely for the fact I don't know enough about animation rig and how to do it efficiently. Because from like day one, the whole GDXR template has been focused on performance optimization. I can only go so far with it on my end. The idea is to give you guys the groundwork that you can add it in. But with the new changes, you should be able to do that with the new characters, and then the different types. You should be able to duplicate it like we've done here, and then update one of the characters to have it fully built in. So it should work. Square Peg. Oh, this is for control rig. He uses control rig. Pretty much any IK system these days needs to. But yeah. Yes, AI moving around the map or through a side scroller type of level. Yeah. I don't know why the side scroller would work. I had the idea, you know, have you ever played Pistol Whip, where the environment like pulses to the beat? Doing something like that with the heart, so when it beats, it's like the whole level thumps at the same time. But I have no idea how I could do that. Maybe vertex anims. We could take it. We could take a look at doing something like that. That might be cool. So the lower health you've got, the faster your heart beats, and then have it go through. Like, my focus is on the heart. Like, if we do a physical heart that you can remove from your chest and it's beating, I think that would be pretty awesome in itself. It'd be a case of figuring out what we can do with it afterwards and go from there. You would need to use meta sounds for that, if I remember correctly. We can use a combination of meta sounds, and it would be a vertex shader, vertex material shader. We would do to offset the vertices of a mesh, which in theory wouldn't be too difficult to do, but it's not something I've probably tried before. There's stuff built in for that. Did ask me for specifics. Oh, 2 seconds, guys. I got an important email I've been waiting for. Yes. Cool. Okay. Trying to sort the references out for this new property that we're trying to rent, and it's just been an absolute nightmare. So I'm just constantly looking for emails from them. UE5 vertex animation material, or it's like 40 minutes long. Do we see if we can get something going like that? Build a material shader that can act as a pulsing heart. I think it could be a cool concept. Try this. It would be in well-positioned offset. Thought that would be too easy. Allows for the vertices. Vertex normal wall space. Vertex normal world space. I want something that moves. What's wrong with this? Right, one, are we moving? Change the color slightly. Right, let's see if I can find something to point us in the right direction. UE5 vertex material offset. Like, they've got it in there, it's just grayscale map. but I don't see how. Sample. Which one? Let's just sample. Why won't it let me texture? There we go. Noise. It's not doing what I expected to do. They got pens. Fully expected to be all walked out of position. The vertex offset. Vertex material offset. Vertex color. Time. My music stopped and it won't open up. Oh, now it does it. I'm trying to show you. There we go. Oh. My phone is not having a happy time. Time sign. Oh. Shape. You do. Not what I was after. Okay. Not quite what I wanted. Hmm. Is it just rotating around? We do that. Comes apart, but I think that's fine. Uh, yeah. Your game. First attempt to package my 5.5 project in 5.6. Package failed. I didn't miss that ugly sound. God no. Why did it fail? Whoa. Noise. I can do that with a pulse. We do a material function or a material parameter collection. Do scalar. Pulse rate. Use that. That's why I failed. I think I feel just indicate investigate. I've got a video on the channel. Don't know if you've seen it. For setting up UE5, 5.6. How do you find it? Videos. This one here. So from 2 weeks ago, that should get you set up. It should be pretty straightforward. There we go. Right. And then if I take this, we can modify this to continuously go through. Should have a pretty cool beating heart effect. So we need a way to update that. Show game, is this effect that you're doing performance heavy? It looks cool. It shouldn't be. It's just a vertex offset. So it's all done in the material shader. So it should be relatively fine. It's better than adding rigged meshes in. All that sort of stuff. Right. Blueprints. The hard part is going to be able to make it go through everything else. So we got our heart. Vertex pulse. This is going to have to be a material function. Control C. Materials. Material. Material function. Pulse effect. There we go. I can't remember how to expose stuff. Remote parameter. I think it might just be a parameter. Yeah. Should be it. And then back in the material, I can delete that. Delete you. And then if I bring this in, we have our effect. And now we can add that to any material we want. We should be able to update it. What I need to do in the heart now is figure out a way to add a beating. Need alert between constant value. Or we just do a timeline. And then we... Did I call it vertex animation? Yes. Parameter value. Length 1 second. Add float. So that's going to be too much. Do 1 for now, 0.251. There we go. Loop event graph. Update. Play heartbeat. Do it that way. And then what I can do is I can get the timeline. Play rate. Set play rate. 1 custom event. Heart rate. And what I could do is the lower the health gets, the faster it beats. So hopefully we do this. We get like a pulsing. It's a bit much. Too intense. That looks kind of cool. The pulse stays in the same direction somehow when you rotate it. I think it's because it's world aligned. Oh no, it's not. Got a beating heart. It's kind of cool. Fireball, and then down as vertex material, but I'll rename it in a minute to heart. Do this. I don't know if I'm allowed by YouTube streaming to bring up a picture of a heart, like. Why is it so dark? Cool. It's beating heart. The world's pulsing as well. That's kind of gross. That's really kind of gross. Art material. Materials. That looks cool. Thank you. Hello. I'll try tune in, but work does get in the way. No worries, man. It's all good. Where are you with the idea? Not making much progress, I don't think. We've done a lot this morning, setting up the player and the game start and handling all of that sort of stuff. We've got a beating heart, which is cool. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What can we do with a beating heart? No component. Not component to. Not component to hand socket. And then what I'm going to do. We'll see. Sphere, what size are you? 0.05. I wonder if mug center would help. See if I can use this. If I can reuse animations, that'll be even better. Changes the scale. Just gonna do snap to grab component. No, that's not changing the animation. That looks kind of cool. I think we got a heart model in there. Right. Where do we go now? I could do an animation, grab component. Controller reference. I remember what I've got vibration down as. That player controller. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I passed the player controller through this actually. Yes, it vibrates to the beat. Doesn't stop though. Oh, it does. I think. No, it doesn't. Kind of cool. That plays every time. Vibration. See what happens here. There we go. Oh, if I switch hands, it plays on both. That's a bug. Opponent. What I could do is set that. Instead of rebuilding the grab component, to do switching. Set it to 0 first. Still doing it. Nope. Alright, the problem is it doesn't know which hand. Right, I might just leave that for now. We'll deal with the bugs later. Their heart rate. If I do 3. But we don't fire that. There we go. It's on 0, 1. We need some way for the heart to take damage. It's going to be better off in the character that. And then have this read it. Have this blueprint read from the character the current damage or its health. I don't want to put a Niagara effect where it's like dripping a little bit of blood. Oh, come on. Why did that happen? I only opened the Niagara effect. I have to go get another drink in a minute. Beating heart. Niagara system. Confetti burst. Create. Why is that DirectX 12? What's... Can I not use Niagara without DirectX 12? I'm pretty sure I'm using that anyway. Yeah, DX12. Why can't I open... Well, that sucks. Yes, we got a tenancy agreement. Fuck yeah. We're officially moving house in tomorrow. God damn it. Why did I decide to do a game jam now? Right, guys, you gotta give us a second. I've gotta go talk to my wife. Apparently, while editing Niagara, you need to switch to Vulkan. We can switch back after editing. Why is that a thing? Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you for that information. Before I'm just like, feel like I'm ranting at you. I'm not. It's just it's so annoying. So many little bugs. Generate. Might as well create one from... Okay, let's just do high-end. Preview Android Vulkan high-end. We'll see if we can change this. I'll see if I can open the Niagara effect. Then, if we can, I'm going to go get a drink. And I will go have a chat with my wife really quick. Since we need to sort out a bunch of stuff. We haven't even put the notice in for the place that we're at. So, gonna be playing 2 lots of rent. Oh, frustrating. Right. Now to see whether we can open Niagara effects in... Yeah. Thank you so much. That is 1, really bloody annoying. And 2, good that we can at least use Niagara effects. Which is a pain in the ass. Alright guys, I will be right back. Do that. Be right back. That should be fine. Cool. Alright. Thank you so much to Crofty TTV for that info. I will be right back. Actually. Sorry guys, 2 minutes. Give us a shout if you need us. We're back. Don't thank me, thank random Unreal Forum users. To be fair, it's the first bug that I've seen in 5.6, which isn't too bad. Thanks, my friend. Cool. This little thing at the top bar is pretty helpful. Oh, there we go. So all morning, all we built is a beaten heart. And this, the confetti, I specifically want to be red. Did I not change it back to Vulcan? I don't think I changed it back to Vulcan. That's going to be the hardest part to consider. Go from there. Thanks to your video plus comments, build successful in 5.6. Awesome. Excellent. To be fair, I made that tutorial and then I had to redo it when we started the game jam yesterday because it failed. And I don't know why. Hola, amigos. Hello, friends. Hello. Not much to look at right now. Confetti. Let's do... just little pictures of confetti. Where is the material? Is it material or texture? Aggro UV default sprite material would just stick you in there. There we go. Now we get a red. Condition, minimum rotation. Yep. This is the fun part of like doing game jams, is doing the stuff you've never done before. But the other part is it's like it's so annoying that you've got to try and figure everything out, or do the parts that you don't really like. Like the Niagara is the stuff that I'm not really a fan of. I need to make these bigger. Scale, 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 scale. Shape, initialize, particle. Oh, that's not what I expected. Size, uniform size, sprite size. There we go. Save. Release variable. Not removed. Delay 3 seconds. Auto destroy. I don't know when auto destroy is actually called. Because auto destroy would be way better, but I don't know when the Niagara effect actually calls it. destroy emitter. Life cycle fixed once, that's fine. Duration 1 second. I think that might be it. It might just wait 1 second and then destroy itself. But I just don't want it to continually make new systems. The idea now is if I rip out my own heart, spurts blood. Kinda cool. Where's gravity? Here's 3. And then 500. $300. Rotation of sprites. Facing vector. Size, I already changed that, should be fine. Cool. That's kind of cool. We've got a beating heart we can pull out. Cool. Right, we've made something fun, but we haven't made much. The problem is I'm spending too much time focusing on the heart. We still need to figure out something to do with it. honestly wondering whether we can use the heart like a weapon, like it does some sort of. We press the trigger and it's like a blast. Trial. I'm really struggling with this. Either way, we need something to take damage. We need a way to take damage. So let's set up that with an end screen, and then we'll figure out the stuff in the middle afterwards. I think we're going to do is something about the AI taking damage and like having to protect them with a heart. Few seconds, guys. Just trying to sort stuff out with this contract. Few seconds. Oh, right. My wife's going through the new tenancy agreement that we got to sign. So it's just a case of double checking each part to make sure we're all good to go. Trying to think how we can do something with it. I want to do something like, I want to do some. It's easier said than done, right? Sorry, I missed a chapter. Did you just moved in? Didn't you just move in? We moved in a year ago on the 16th, so about 14 days from now, it will be a year. But the thing is, this was only meant to be like a stopgap, so it was got like a break in it. So we've applied for another place which has basically a 3-bed property, a house, whereas this is a flat, so it's going to be much bigger. And then there's also like an outside shed that's fully kitted out that I can turn into an office. So it should allow me to do a bit better content, work a little bit better as well. So we're looking at moving just so we can get stuff sorted for when my daughter goes to school as well next year, and we can be in the correct catchment areas. It's a pain in the ass, but basically this place is too small for us, so we're moving to somewhere bigger. But yeah, it's only been a year. But because we moved from the other end of the country last year, it was a case of just grab the first thing we can find, and then we can deal with. But this place, it's just getting too small now. So that's the long version of it. Yeah, alright, damn, time flies. Yeah, time flies. But it's been a case of we've been trying to get this documents and this paperwork sorted for over like 3 weeks now. It's about 3 weeks now, isn't it, babe? Closer to 2, coming up to 3 probably. But either way, it's been a pain in the ass because they use a third-party service to handle all the referencing, and we've basically got to chase every step of the way to make sure that it works. We got player character damage by damage. But it's been a bit of a nightmare. We were technically supposed to move in tomorrow, and we're still trying to hit that date. So we got to sort all the contract stuff out while I'm doing this, pay all the deposits, and then tomorrow at about 2 o'clock, I'll have to end the stream, go to the new place, get the keys, and then hopefully we should be sorted. It's just been a bit of a nightmare. Right, let's do 10. So apply damage to whatever overlaps this cube. The player is going to be in there. Blueprints, characters. We could apply damage to the character itself. Need damage. No other actor needs to know about the health of the character. So we do that. Their health. I might just deal with ints. I think that might be easier. I just shouldn't have deleted that. Or get. Keep it all the same. There we go. Right. That. Any damage. That's the player health. Equal 0. Orange. True. Player dead. Save file, save all. I can do the variable from the material into this and then invert it. So we should be able to get a multiply out. So the lower the health, the higher the number goes. That should work okay, I think. Let's try this, make sure that the player does die. And we need a base player health amount. Default 100. Double check. Cool. There we go. We're dead. Cool. We're dead. If we do that, and then enable input, I need to remove. There was our movement. Back enable movement. Do that. This isn't the character, which we actually have here. Oh, spawned HUD. Cool. I don't know whether I should double up the UMGs and have a damaged HUD. Or have it just based on that one. Player HUD. So I can't remember how close or big the player HUD is. I need Photoshop. What? I signed into you this morning. Try again. What? It worked. I made the thumbstick for you yesterday. The thumbnail for you yesterday. Okay. Cool. We want maximum we can handle is 2048, so we'll do 1024. Keep it low. You delete that. And what I'm going to do is set the full screen to white and then use the eraser. I don't think I've got any custom Photoshop brushes. That would be good. Okay, maybe you? Velcro not doing it. Trying to do. Let's see a razor I need. God, I hate Photoshop. Oh, that's bad. Just that it just sucks to use. This is why is it back to that? Can I only use? Can I not use brushes for an eraser? Let's try this. This is just a rough one. Master. Not going to be correct. I just want to see how much viewport it takes up. I might need a different UMG. This is a case of do as I say, not as I do. Same. Effects. Damage, okay. User, widget blueprint, and underscore. Border. Yeah, do border. That'll go to full screen. And then brush for now. It's just going to be screen damage. I know it looks terrible. That's the point. Why didn't that rescale? Oh, so it's only going a maximum of 1080. Right there. Image. Let's try that. I put it in an actor. I could have just put it in the player. Legit. Legit blueprint, screen damage. Hood master. What? I know it's too close to the screen now. That kind of works. Need to make it a little bit bigger. It's way too close. It's causing like double vision. I forgot for a minute that I need to keep talking. You try and get it into a sweet spot where we can see it, but it's not too much. Cool. We could do it so as we take damage, it kind of fades in. It doesn't look that good on the headset, but it looks pretty good in the headset. And that should hopefully fix that red line. Unless it breaks. That's it. Have I just lost everything I've just done? No. Oh, really? That's frustrating. Just what I could do is screen damage. It's not gonna let me do that, is it? Goes through, that goes to 100. So I need a widget or material or do a damage effect instead of a texture. Then I can go through here and map's gotta be the right one. Map value range. So this is gonna go from 0 to 100. We need to map that from 0 to 1. So I need to actually remap. Input. Do that 0 to 1. 0 to 1. Let's try this. Target high would be 1. Scramble. Damage screen. Should be able to change this to user interface. View damage taken. What? Oh, no. Because it's the why did it close? I need to invert something in here. Um, I see. That's not the right way around, is it? This should be transparent as it is. What? We want to go from black to our texture. So take that texture, this opacity, try and do it that way. Zero, fade in, fades to black. Cool. Right, that's fine. Apart from the color. Cool. That was a pain. Got that set up to go through. We need to set up our widget. Collision. Damage screen. Jamie, you guys can't see it how I see it in the headset. Hello.
Signed it.
You signed it?
Yeah.
Cool, okay.
Apart from the bits that I sent to you about, I think it's all fine.
Yeah.
Standard stuff.
I think it's not really for us to worry about. I think the idea is to get a bike shed anyway.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So for the time being, putting them in the outhouse, that'll be fine.
Yeah.
I get why we can't have them in the house. Damages all the walls in it. So yeah, that's all right. It's not a problem, is it?
Yeah. Even that, I think it's probably quite standard. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Specifically mentioned.
Yeah. I'm just working from home anyway. I'm not doing like full business, so
yeah,
should be fine. All right, I can sign mine. I can do mine. Wait there. If I scroll all the way down.
Then when I loaded the app, it said it's gone through. So hopefully it's fine.
Well, I've just signed it, so that should be it done. And then what did she say next? It was we got to pay the
deposit and first month's rent, but I think she's got to sign the tenancy agreement first.
yeah.
Before we
So-
can pay that.
So if we wait for her to do that, she said she'd do it this afternoon or something.
Yeah.
We sign it, go from there.
Is it worth giving her a ring just to let her know that we've signed it, so that way she's like properly notified? Or
I don't think so. I think she's keeping an eye on it because it's such last minute.
okay.
I think that's why she was like, sign it and I'll get it done today, so you can get the keys tomorrow. I think she's just like, I want to get rid of it. You know what I mean?
I read through it as quickly as I could, so
Yeah.
hopefully.
I don't. There's not really any rush from our end. As long as we pay the deposit by the end of today,
Yeah.
I think that's fine. As long as we do it through the app and they've got it for tomorrow,
Yeah.
then we should be good to go. And let's just panic because we've got no more money left. Yeah. Do you want to help me try and win this game, Jam? So we just got 300 quid.
How are you winning it?
Not very well. I still don't have an idea.
I told you, do a maze.
I can't do a maze. It doesn't. It's just not very good.
You're not very good.
Dealing with mazes are a nightmare because you got to build them all from scratch. And I do not have time to do procedural mazes. So we got the start stuff set up. I've got it so I can rip my heart out of my chest and it plays a particle effect. And the heart is actually beating when you hold it as well with the vibrations, which it's cool. It works, but it's just getting past that bit now. I'm working on taking damage, so we've got a damage system in place to then try and sort out the middle bit. Basically doing the beginning and the end, so anything else that goes in it is kind of padded out. I think that's a better way to approach it.
Do it like old school mythological trials.
What do you mean?
Like
So old school mythological trials, my wife's saying.
like the trials of Odysseus?
Odysseus. I can't remember them.
Hold on.
It's been years since I've done Greek mythology. Oh, chat. Nice. You already. Well, Deacon, good morning. How's it going, man? Afternoon here. And I still feel like we made no progress. Hence why I get my non-game developer wife to help me with ideas.
So Odysseus's arduous journey home from the Trojan War, involving encounters with monsters like the Cyclops, the Circe, and Jason's quest for the Golden Fleece, which required him to overcome a dragon.
How in the ever-loving crap does that relate to Trial of the Heart? Or was it? Yeah, I think.
Because you're trying to return home to your heart.
You are doing some stretching there. Yeah.
It's what it would be in like a romance story. You just don't read enough romance.
No. Romance sucks.
You suck.
Bored. Difficult. Val digging. Good. Game jam, eh? Yep. We're doing a game jam, or at least we're struggling to do one, while I fight life's problems in general. So now rented accommodations. Although we've just built the damage effect. I haven't said this on stream yet, but I was struggling so bad to get an idea that I tried using ChatGPT, and it gave me the most vague shit possible that none of it was helpful. Apart from your one, which you said do a maze, and then the first option it said was you could do a maze. Like,
See,
God
it's a
damn
good
it.
idea.
Don't want to do a maze. Mazes suck in VR.
I googled Greek mythology trial of heart, and it said that it's a recurring theme for trials involving love, emotion, and judgment, most famously depicted in the story of Cupid and Psyche, where Psyche undergoes various tasks imposed by her mother-in-law rival Venus to prove her worthiness for love and secure her marriage to Cupid.
See, that works well for what we'd be going for, but it's the trials that's the hard part. Like, what kind of trials can you do in VR in such a short amount of time? Because I've got to balance the coding side of things to the gameplay elements.
So, some of the tasks that she was set was sorting an enormous mound of seeds overnight, gathering wool from dangerous man-eating sheep, obtaining water from a river that flows from the underworld, and retrieving a box from the underworld itself for Venus.
Yeah, that's not small. That's not quick shit. That's
So
that's
just
like
do a seed sorting challenge.
a week 3 owl.
Or fight some
Man-eating
dangerous
sheep.
sheep.
I don't mind doing the fighting sheep. I think that'd be funny. Just screech bah at you. Get Athena to do it. Bah.
Just be like really confused about it.
Yeah. Make the sound of a sheep.
They'd probably move.
Your heart guides you through a maze. I feel ChatGPT is going insane recently. It's absolutely terrible with the new updates. Keeps giving me bullshit answers. Yeah, it's really bad. Like, I was trying so hard not to touch it, but it was like 1 a.m. and I'm lying there. I'm like, I need an idea. So I put it in there, and it was so vague. It was unusable. Like 10 different ideas, and I was like, can you give me more? And it just gave me the same stuff. It was a nightmare. How about pushing a rock up a mountain and then avoiding things falling down the mountain as you push the rock? See, if we had longer, something like that would be fine, but the problem is you got to deal with physics. And physics in VR is expensive. And physics in Unreal is a bloody nightmare. It's unpredictable. So it would be a pain. I think there was... I used to watch a streamer do Unreal stuff years ago, and I think he did a pushing the boulder up the mountain as well. Which was a pain. Right, let's test this, what we've got. So this should be on the player. Persistent. Set this to default value of 0. I think 0 means it's invisible. There we go. Oh, whoa, that was fast. Whoa. That's taken 0. We add 10 to it, and then it goes through. What is the theme? Trial of the Heart. 20, 30, 40, 50. Why does it only appear at 40? Trials of the Heart with big quotes. Yeah. Shot from all over that. Well, Deacon, okay, I've got one. Go for it. Go for it. Because if we win this, I'll be putting the money straight back into the Patreon and the YouTube channel anyway. So we'll see. We'll see if we can work together for it. Right. Are you still looking? What?
The thingy bob's gone through. She signed it, so we now need to pay the rent and stuff.
Okay.
Don't know if you wanted to do it sort of now or...
Sort it now would be the better option. How much do we need again?
I think it's the thing for both.
So how much total? What was that? 19
Yeah. 1800.
Uh, do you know whether you can actually do payments through Nationwide?
I'm pretty sure I can.
Okay. Sorry guys, this thing's been an absolute nightmare. Good thing, guys. Trying to sort out this whole house deposit thing. I think I've contacted the letting agent to sort it there right now, which means we've just got to pay it. think we'll enjoy it. And I could probably do with a break from the screen after this. So it'll be fine. But that should be all sorted in it. So yeah. Yeah. So it's all over into the nationwide, so it should be fine. Let me do. Oh, sorry about that. I'm back. I'm gonna move money around and do it all backwards. Is it clean? Right. Val Deacon, I've got one. You're standing at a crossroad on a train track and you're holding a switch. One track is your family tied to it. You gotta make the choice. Yeah, but there's no replayability. I like that. I like doing the whole moral dilemma stuff. But it still doesn't do it properly input low. What do we do? I like the idea of using the. Why wouldn't it do it from 0? I'm so confused. Like, I'm genuinely confused on why it's not doing it from 0. We're in opacity, so translucency should be fine. It should go up as we do it. So if I start scrolling, like 15, it's partly visible, but it's just popping. Why would it pop? This is all playing through. Damage taken. No, that just did it at a random time. I'm doing this. Canvas panel updates on tick, so that shouldn't be a problem. What's the wrong answer? What if you went more literal? It's a trial and you're sitting in a courtroom at the witness stand as you're given a series of random questions, like a rule, like every time you fail, you learn. Yeah, they mentioned that on the theme stuff, like ideas of like trials and doing it through like a court or something. But I feel like a lot of like there's 50 odd people doing this, the game jam, so I imagine others will be doing something similar to that. I don't want to try to avoid like crossing over with others. But I do like the concept of like removing your heart, which we've got. So we can pull a heart out of our chest. From there. Because if I jump in, we've got our beating heart, which we can then pull out, and we can feel the vibration through the controller while it beats, and then it can go back. It's like a small little thing, but it works pretty well. I'd like something fast paced, like we're running after something or someone. Think it'd be a nice way to do it. Like it doesn't look like I've done much, but I think I've done a decent amount. I like the idea of having it so we've got to protect a loved one with our heart. Like we've got to use our heart to protect someone else. Like I think that would be cool. What? Too much? I don't know why I kept updating there. It should stop. I feel a side scroller would fit well with things to dodge, jump over, protect against using your heart. I'm not too sure how we could use the heart to protect stuff with a side scroller though. Why damage still firing? Oh, it's the wrong name. Also, a side scroller in VR is a bit of a nightmare. We could do it. We could lock the player down so they can only move left or right. But at that point, it's kind of pointless doing VR. Like we need something where it's like move around fast. I like the idea of doing like the shield, like using the heart as a shield. So we could do that. We can press the trigger, and then we could have a shield come out of that so we can protect someone. Like a Moss type of perspective. I've actually played Moss. I've seen it. I'm keeping an eye on all my emails. It's been mental. Because we could use what we've got so far to do that. I think either way we're going to be building some puzzles. You're more like a type of god. Thinking whether it could work. So just shove your heart into dead bodies, bring them back if they are worthy. Did you say that? I didn't see that bit. God, your heart can some kind of god, and your heart can respawn. You're in a field where there's been an epic war, and you're running around putting you're beating heart to the dead bodies of the worthy. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't think I've got enough time to redo this because I would have to change it around, unless. I've got the trigger, so I can press it on bodies. So we can still have it exactly how we've got it, but run around instead of destroying something, you can bring them back. Possibly. Either way, I need to figure out this screen damage effect. I like the idea of using the heart to like bring something back or protect someone. Why is it? I'm losing my mind. What's up in tens? Parameter. That's what it should look like. Went too fast. Let's do that. Oh. It's just 0.4, so 40. It snaps in. What's the type of game you wanted to make for a long time but never got the chance to do it? Just do a simple version of that with the heart you already implemented. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, the problem is I've always wanted to do a sci-fi game, which is just too big scope for this. But I like the idea of doing it. Always wanted to do. Oh, what was the game? Let me figure out what the game was. Yeah, I always thought Back for Blood was really cool. So Back for Blood, where they do obviously the zombies, but it's got like cards, so like modifiers that you can pick out at the beginning. I always thought that was wicked. I always wanted to give it a go, like the card system. So like when you start, you pick a couple of modifier cards, and then the game starts. I wonder if you could do it where you're the zombie instead. Like you've been shot up and your heart's beating in your chest. And then you gotta turn others into zombies. It's like you love doing it. Like this is what you want to do. So you're still damaging the other person. So it's like imagine a city and there's just AI running around and you're like the start of a zombie apocalypse. Could make it look all bubbly. You know, like what was it? Was it this one? I don't remember which video it was. And you could rip their hearts and take it for yourself. Yeah. I wonder if we do something like that. Like, I know it's zombie apocalypse being done to death, but it gives us the framework that we've already got. AI enemies running around the city, and then we need to turn them into zombies as fast as we can. So we're doing a bit of both. Like a fun game that I want to do, and then we kind of relate it into the heart. Because we could give the AI their own heart that we can then pull out as well. So you can like reach in, pull them out, and then press the trigger, and then like pops their heart or something. And then you can like they turn into a zombie. Something like that. There's something there. Yeah. Let's see if we can get this done, and then we'll set up our enemy AI character to see if we can give them a beaten heart that we can pull out. That would be cool. Like Temple of Doom, like reach in and just like pull someone's heart out. So we're not like fully doing it, but there's a trial in there somewhere. We might be able to come up with like a little story or something. We need to figure out why this isn't doing its thing. Right. What if it's like a puzzle game? There's one AI that spawns, and that's how you find the match. Like you got to find your zombie love. So you got to go around and pulling people's hearts out until you find the heart that matches yours. I wonder if we could do that. You're the judge deciding which heart to take. Yeah. So it's like you've got to go around searching, like a puzzle game, like you try it, like you're searching for the right heart, but you're essentially just ripping them out of people's chests, and then we have like waves spawning and people running around, and we could do somewhere maybe they're like fighting you back or like trying to shoot you, doing something along them lines. I wonder if that could work. What was that movie with Jason Statham years ago? Was it Adrenaline or something? Where he's got the robotic heart and he's trying to find his real one. Or we could do it like there's the people that you're pulling the heart out of is you're trying to find a match. Like an organ donor sort of thing. But it's just forced. Like there's one heart that spawns in somewhere in the crowd and you have to find it. And then we could do it so over time it depletes. Like the heart you use doesn't work. I wonder if that could do it. Right, so we've got to figure out the damage screen and then figure out whether we can remove a heart from somebody else and make them like ragdoll. I think that would be cool to do. It's definitely not going to work on mobile. I think there'll be too many skeletal meshes that we need to spawn. So we'll aim for desktop. And go from there. But I'm really struggling to figure out why this isn't working. I think it's something to do with this revamp. Oh, it's world aligned on the material. I need to change that. Why on earth is it just popping up at 40%? Texture masks do that. Masked materials, but not opacity. Let's remove that. I don't think it makes a difference. Let's do whether I could color grade that. I'm really, really confused of why this is doing it. The math saying it should be fine. It should fade in from 0 to 1 and go through it. The only thing I can think of is that this isn't updating correctly. If I wrap it with a canvas panel, it should update on tick. But then I did this before. Not even visible. Widget. Automatic. UI, that should be fine. This is updating correctly. It goes from 0 to 1. It updates the scalar parameter. And then the material updates from there. Something to do with this? Opacity mask clip value? It's treating it like a masked material. So frustrating. It's honestly treating it like a masked material, so it gets to 0.4 and then it snaps in. But we're translucent. I don't think there's anything in here. Effect. I've removed the image and it's still there. I'm so confused. LGS, how's progress? Slow. Game idea wise, I think we've come up with a decent plan for something new. But to get the material to work for the damage effect, it doesn't seem to be doing what we want it to. I might move on from this in a second. But Deegan, can I offer an opinion? Go for it. That's what we're here for. User interface goes through damage effect, and then I scroll through this. You're getting bogged down on this one thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's being a bit of a pain in the ass. I need to move on from it. Let's move on from that. We can come back to it. Delete that image for now. That should still play as it is. We'll keep the UI there. You already know what this part will be, it just needs refining. Yeah, 100%. 100%. If they're just getting caught up on the little things. Let's put that back in so it's at least there. So now we need to basically give these guys a heart. So mesh. Do I do it in each one? Do it in here. I think we're all really guilty of how we're focusing on a thing that's really cool from time to time. Yeah, I think the annoying part is I can't see why it shouldn't be working. It's like materials acting as a mass material, so it pops in. And then it just doesn't do it. Although, the one thing I haven't tried is doing it with Vulcan and just seeing if it works in there. It looks cool in the headset though, when it's visible. Yeah, Master, we've got a scene component that's going to be heart location. Heart location, and then we need a way to attach it. Don't know why I expect that to work. Spawn actor. Class. Transform. Spawn, ignore collisions. What have I done? Small cube. Small cube. On half. Call this actor. I don't think we need a direct reference to it. If we've got enough of them, it's going to be too much. There we go. Thank you on top of it. We should be able to see it. And where it is. That's to me. There we go. VP off. Yeah, master. All location snapped to. I knew it wasn't in the floor. Put an arrow on it just so we can see where it is. Is the heart updating and attaching it? That's because it's got its own logic in there. Let's do enemy heart, yeah, master. Load that in. Delete this bit. Rip out the hearts. Okay. Put that there, and then instead of tweaking it on the base character, what I can do is I could just go up to Manny, because that's the one that it is. See where it's going to be. Part location. Actually, what I could do should be alright, actually. We get take all of this. Just just to self. I did owner destroyed. Not you. I figure out how we can do it so we can see them. Why didn't it destroy itself? Ah, I didn't do it. That'd be hard to grab. Roy actor would be handy if I did it after everything else. I don't know how to do ragdoll, so we'll have to have a look. Made a very similar overlay for my top-down game. It took forever to get the perfect settings, but it adds a lot. Yeah, I think it would be handy if we can get it to work. I'll have a look at it later on, once we got some of the main stuff down. But now that we're actually starting to flesh out an idea, I think we'll just focus on that. What else? I'm Manny. Heart. Own heart. Yeah, Manny. Where the heart, the character reads from it. What do we do? How do we do U5 ragdoll? Eliminate this. In videos. You try that. Internet physics. Mesh. Okay, that's all we need. Couldn't be done on destroy. Enemy heart. It only destroy itself once we've been grabbed. Oh. Can snap to on a self attach. Why was it working and now it's not? Owner self, that's fine. Enemy heart, attach actor heart location. Play heartbeat. AI Master goes down to AI Manny. Oh, is it because I used the begin play? Do that, and then in the child compile. We can override it. The other thing I might be able to do actually is go to AI, create child graph, and then copy that. See if that works. And we do the destroy. What do we do? Oh,
baguettes?
Top of the dish rack.
Why are they there?
There's one baguette.
It's meant to be in the fridge.
Was it? I thought it just needed to go on the shelf.
No,
So
I
it's like-
couldn't find it.
Dry storage.
Like digging through everything in the fridge trying to find the baguette so I could do the blimmin' steak one. So instead you've got a sticky hoisin chicken one.
What do you think of this? We're going to rip people's hearts out. Right? Start, I can go up to them, they've got a beating heart in their chest. I've got my own. And I can pull it out. And then when I let go of it, pop.
I think you should eat it.
I can do it where we eat the heart. Yeah,
It's more fun if you eat it.
It's more fun. It's more fun if you eat the heart. Right. We're eating the heart. Right, okay. This is getting more messed up as we proceed. Thank you for the sandwich. We were finding, come back to later. Yeah, I think we're all guilty of hyperfocused. Made a very similar overlay. Made so you cannot see it at all. But when you get hit, it pulses into view really fast and fades out. That would be cool, like a pulse effect. When we get hit, what do we get hit by? That's the thing. Eat the heart to see if it's a match. Yeah. Let me copy that so I get it right. Enemy heart. Good. Do it. And then I can set the code back up so if we let go and we don't eat it, it snaps back to them. So if I grab it and let go, it should be fine. But if I grab it and then see if we can find an overlap. Oh, crap, it doesn't have a collision box when I grab it. When I grab it, the child's grab component changes the collision type. Disable simulate physics, which means it doesn't overlap the box. I'm pretty sure that's the case anyway. Or box isn't doing rearrangement. Overlap. There we go. I need to figure out how to stop them from flying towards us. See, what I need to figure out is something to do with my own heart. Kinda works. I don't know why it simulates better in here. Oh, is it because I'm doing that? Nope. I don't know why it's forcing us out. Oh, I figured out how I can do the pulse and range as well. Show game, fun day to day, kids. We're making a family friendly game about ripping and eating hearts. Oh yeah, I didn't even think of that. We do that. That one snaps back. But then if we eat this, oh, it's so bad. No. At least you can't eat your own heart. I've got an idea for getting. I wonder if we can use our own heart, and then when we pull the trigger, it does like a pulse to then show us the nearby hearts. Yeah, mobile VR's not going to like this. Fix that. I think that will stop the player from being able to. Still. Yeah, or you get like 10 seconds where you see specific hearts. Yeah. I know how we can do the overlay effect, so we're going to do that next. Just need to see if we can do it where the player character doesn't get hit with it. Don't want to be able to walk through them, but when we eat it, we want to be able to. Energy it. If I release it, we want it to snap back, don't we? Master. So we want this to attach back. Not there. I'm not worried about which one we're doing. So it should attach back. There we go. And then I eat it and it dies. What we could do. Where's the actor? That's fine. AI master attach. Should keep doing that. And then take this. Listen to the spawned hand. self. Cable components. See if I can try this. Component 2 components. Two components. Right. I don't know if it's going to do it. Oh, that looks inappropriate. What I can do, we do that, then we should be able to go up to them. And then we pull it out. It's like it's attached. I need hot strike. There we go. Hot. Why does it let me do it that way? Add components, add cable components. But it won't let me use the component class. Okay, guess we're changing that around. There we go. Go, and then now I can actually change this one. Smartphones are able to run Fortnite with 50 plus players running around. I don't know how you would do it, but it can make it so it's like a rubber band. Maybe you have to pull it a certain distance for it to snap. Yeah, I could do a distance thing and then have it like destroy, but the idea of just having it attached, like I'll make it snap back. So if I pull it out and then I let go, I'll make it so it snaps back. But for now, I'll do it so they just die. It's kind of gross, but it's kind of fun at the same time. Need to eat me some huge. You have to pull a certain distance for it to snap off. I can do that. I can make it do it so you've got to pull it so far. Stick, I love it. It's kind of cool. It's. I still don't know what the gameplay is going to be, but I like this. I was thinking I looked away. Was that an Niagara system or something? No, it's a cable component, or a cable actor in this case. So if I delete this, and that lets me. There we go. So it's just a cable component which I'm attaching to the enemy AI, and then to the heart as well. So the heart blueprint. So it goes through. It's super simple, but it spawns in. It just attaches. So attach start, end location, number of segments. I could change that actually. Cable length 50 solve iterations. Put this up to like 2 or 3. 5. And then I spawn it in and attach it. Hoping I can rip it out. and it's like so stringy, which is cool, and then I can eat it. I need to play another particle effect when you eat it. Shame I can't use decals. If I could use decals, I could make it do it so when you do blood, it's like pools on the floor. There's another one. That's kind of cool. Like if I pull it back. I wonder if I could do like a little whoosh Niagara effect so it like snaps back in. And then if I press the trigger, it dies as well, which is kind of fun. Ooh, make it take a final trigger for snapping off. We've got the. Oh, I could do the trigger. I'm using the trigger for something here, so I could do trigger. I'll dig in a little bit, dude. Can you make a tutorial later on how to make the whole heart trigger, heartstring things? Yeah, if you put that in the Discord somewhere and send it to us, that would probably be the easiest place, so I won't lose it. And then I can do some more stuff on it. We've got it spawning out. Heart enemy AI. Heart string. Spawned heart. I could do spawned heart. Get. This looks good. That's all we've got. That's the problem. Snap heart string. File. Enemy heart. Pull the trigger. First time grabbed. We set a reference. Straight to snap. The problem with a cable component is you can't split it in the middle. So I can't have like a little bit hanging off the heart. It's going to be just off the player. Otherwise, that'd be pretty cool. Snap heartstring, isn't that the right one? Oh, snap. Heartstring snap. Reference to the heartstring that we bring in. Spawned heart. How am I doing this? Enable components. Do that. Enable component into there instead, and then spawned heart is in here. What it has. Yeah, I can change the vibration when we do it. We've already got vibration, so it's already pulsing. So I could increase the intensity as it gets further away. I spawn a second cable when it snaps to give the illusion. That's what I'm thinking, and that's what we're gonna do here. Heartstring to snap. So we'll do it on the trigger, snaps it, and then detach it from there. So get enable component. Set attach end component. I don't know whether that'll work. Does it? It gets a bit stuck. This is a great mechanic. Really perfect for the string where you drop the fall down when snapped with the heart. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. So we've got it there so it snaps. Problem is it's snapping back too far. Location. What I could probably do with is attaching some kind of physics sphere to it so it stays outside of the plate. But we'll deal with that later on. Right now what we'll do is the enemy heart. We will do the exact same thing as what we've already got. String heart location. We don't need to do anything with that. So hopefully now again, what if the trigger makes the cable inflate and then the body explodes? I don't know if I could do that. Kinda. It needs some work. Oh, Ooh, some bugs. Try that instead. The Real Turbo. Good afternoon, everyone. Turn into an octopus apple. This is cool too. I would say you drop the apple and it walks away. I don't know why that one goes all weird, but that one works fine. And then you eat it and they die. I don't know whether we do it so they die when the cable snaps or when we eat it. I think I figured out what was going on with the cable. I was doing it on triggered, so it was spawning multiple. So this time it should only spawn one. There we go. So what I need to do is get it to spawn the end location somewhere else. And then figure out how to destroy that cable. Done when it snaps, dies when you eat. Yeah. Don't know why it just keeps going inside of itself. What's going on with that second cable? I've agreed being able to see the effects of your actions separately is a good idea. Okay. See what we can do. Do you know why it's attaching the end of it? And it's not just hanging down? And the end not attached to it? Boom. It'd be great if you add weight to the heart, so it actually feels like you're ripping it out. So neat. We can try and do that. Do that based on distance. You guys just want to see how far I can push it. Is that what it is? Yep. delete that, and we'll deal with the snapping. I'm debating joining the jam as well, put my skills to the test. I'm afraid that I'm a little too late though. I don't think you're too late. Like it is, I can't work on Thursday and Friday on it anyway, so I'm only doing like about 3 days total. So we're just gonna see how far we can get. Do something fun. Yeah, John, what's your idea, Turbo? You have a few ideas in mind, however, I tend to think too big. That's what I'm trying not to do, which wouldn't work for a small jam. Yeah, it's really difficult trying to keep it in scope. I think with an idea that's, or not an idea, a theme that's as broad as this one as well, it makes it even more difficult. I could use the jam to work out the core of the concept of a game loop and then M+ version. It doesn't need to be a huge whole game. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much what I'm doing. It's just like, I'm not going to stress about it. I don't think I'm going to get to a point where I can finish the whole thing anyway. But I think just play around with it, do something new. Like this was more like a test of the GDXR template, see how it handles and see what I need to fix. But so far it's held up really well. I've only had to fix one bug in the main build. So it's working really well. Oh, apart from this burger, I'm making a mess. Yeah. How their rules work? Are you required to develop the entire VR porn yourself, or is a simple template which does basic things such as two-handed and object are allowed? Yeah, that's all allowed. I asked for clarification whether I could use the GDXR template, and they said yes. As long as on your submission page you just tell them what stuff you've used that isn't yours, then they can have a look at it and then they can go from there. But you can use whatever templates you want. I think on the page, where is it? Let's keep this open at this point. Just tell you, and they give you a bunch of tools as well. So like they say you can use like the VRE extension and like a bunch of other stuff as well. So You can basically use whatever you want. I think that's the thing with VR developers. I think they know that you can't redo all of this quickly from scratch. So for like a VR game jam, you can use whatever you want. Real Turbo, that's fantastic. Yeah, it's super cool. Like I said, I'm using it more as like a challenge to see how well the GDXR template holds up. And it's doing pretty well so far. Let me test that now. Give me a second, guys. I gotta fight some more stuff with this house move. I also pop to the bathroom at the same time. Be right back. Back. Freaking. Oh. Where's God? It's just been estate agents all day. Make friends, cats, and a cat. Oh, then just use the VR form pack for the engine templates. Transmit the cats compatible with haptic feedback. That sounds interesting. Wasn't there an Epic talk where they did that? They did so you could stroke the dog or something in VR. Sorry that took so long. I had to fight the estate agents again because they sent us a new link to pay for the holding deposit and the rent, and then it didn't work. So we phoned them, and then their reply was just, "Oh yeah, it didn't work. It hasn't updated." So I had to get passed through to different places to be able to pay it. So it's been bloody nightmare. The hat, it does it. So if it goes too far, it snaps off. There we go. And then if we eat it, they still die. The cable feels like such overkill. Do the same ones, it's a pain. Which end component to do that? Ooh. Distance between 2 points. And I can't remember how we get the location between two. It's divided by 2. Yet. Cool. There's no ring on the middle. That wasn't correct. That was picking here. So if it's true, we need to pause timer by function name. Check distance. Distance, that should be okay. Figure out a way to make it just hang down. I don't get why both the start and the end is setting up two different places. Oh, attach end, set attach end. Look. There we go. You. Little gooey. Right, makes it pretty fast. Really high gravity. See what happens there. Tile material 1, cable width is. Let's try this. Probably might be a bit too high. You. There we go. Now we want to, so if we pull out our own heart and we press the trigger, we do that, we can see everybody else's. We should do it where I still cause damage. I do. Why am I not getting game mode override? VR underscore GM. There we go. Right, get game mode. And then if we get the game mode, what we want to do is have that listen. What's effects? Don't know whether we do it with every single one of them. Do that game mode. Oh. Pulse effects. I'm just gonna put this in here for now so I can keep track of it. Material, school. We'll need to do that in here. I'm gonna do a timeline in here. Oh, there we go. And do pulse effects. Oh. This in here for opacity. Give this like the do like a bright red for this, and then I forgot the name. It's not depth. I've used it in so many tutorials, I can't remember the name of it now. It's like an edge detect effect. Edge detect effect. Some real videos now, see if I can find it. No, that's the node. If I've done that correctly, I should be able to scroll this. Didn't see any difference. The cards inside. Pull it out. I can snap it off and then I can eat it. I can take mine. I can press the trigger and then I can see everybody's heart. Kind of cool. What I can do as well, I can simply take this, put it in there. Oh, digging off topic, do you play Space Sims at all? Elite Dangerous, No Man's Sky, Citizen. I played No Man's Sky, not No Man's Sky, Elite Dangerous for a little while. I really enjoyed that. I've still got it installed actually. But yeah, I played that a little bit, but that's probably about it. I'd love to play No Man's Sky, but I just haven't got the time. I think that's the main problem. Star Citizen I haven't touched. I'm surprised that this isn't animating. Should be like that. How come? How come you're asking anyway? Ooh. Look at that little thing. Right. Doing it once. Cool. Do we do a score where we keep track of the number of hearts eaten? That's probably a good thing to do, isn't it? We need to make these guys run around in a moment. Damage screen. We're not going to do it on the damage screen. We'll put it on the player HUD. I don't know whether to just put it in here actually. There's gonna be an image of a heart. Eden. Oh, let's do game mode. One. All it do all. We do it from the heart itself. Roids. They're kind of a huge time investment. Yeah, when you got a toddler, it's a bit of a nightmare. Like getting any free time. Or just because No Man's Sky just had a huge update that lets you build your own ships and walk around it. I want to get it. I really do want to get No Man's Sky. I heard it runs really well on the Steam Deck, so I think it's going to be my next one to try out. I have a version of the game that's VR specific and does a really good job with the UI. I need to check it out. I need to find out more about VR UI in general. There's only so far you can take it, really. So it'll be good to see how they've done it. Story components, game mode. We got a reference to game mode already. If I do game mode and then game mode parts Eden, I can just do that. That will go through here. And then fall. 4 o'clock. I've got about an hour left. Just so everybody knows, we've got about an hour and then I got to wrap up. Yeah. Hearts eaten. Update that. Then in what I can do get you there. This one up. Look in like so. That number's way too high. I think it's working. Really difficult to see in the headset. No Man's Sky should be played in VR and no other way. Just not the same game. Being in a ship on a flat screen in VR is night and day difference. But yeah, I was working on something and had Elite Dangerous, amazing experience had in this game. I remember the HTC Vive back in the days. It's absolutely stunning, honestly. Elite Dangerous in VR is just, it's gorgeous. I'm pretty sure I've just got my ship parked in front of a sun, just so when I sit in VR, it's like the first thing I see. Drill Turbo, why not spawn billboarding textures at the location of the heart? Or pulling out? Tell the amount of hearts. Ooh. Yeah, could do it that way. So the numbers on the enemy and the dead body before it drops. Could do that. AI Master. That would be easy as just doing. Let's try this. What I'll do is I'll make a separate actor that spawns in, and then it can have the gravity disabled, so it kind of like floats there, and then it disappears. So if I do that, burn hearts eaten, and then that's 2. Then we could do born actor from class. Billboard's not going to work actually because it'd have to be a material, and we're not flicking through numbers. I could do a little UI element, which goes from there. It would look visually better than the counter stuck to your head, 100%. So let's do. Which it could read directly from. So we spawn the actor. No, we don't actually have to pass anything through to it. Change that to red. Imagine this is a picture of a heart. Do that. Then it should be a good enough size. 130. Then construct. Parts eaten. Where's my text variable? There it is. And then we do get text. True. Right. So as long as we update in the game mode before we spawn this, we should be able to see our updated score. Part number. What I'll do is I'll make sure it faces the player as well, but I'll pull that code out of the hand menu in a little bit. We'll make sure it spawns for now. So enemy hearts. Do I spawn that in? No. don't think that's going to work. I think it's going to be destroyed before it starts. Player grabs heart. Player eats heart. Once it's destroyed, it updates the game mode. Adds 1 to the game mode. Once the game mode's updated, it then tells the AI update, but that's going to update on every Turbo. I do hope that the VR community grows bigger. Current game catalog is looking very dry. Yeah. I think the problem in reality is the fact that Meta aren't doing anything to help indie devs. If anything, they're making it more difficult for indie devs to see what's going on and to get found. And then we do no idea what's going to happen. Oh, it is. It's there. Do it by the. It's not doing it from the player. And you got interested in it through YouTube. Yeah, it seems to be a bit far, like, between. I think the older generation aren't really touching it anymore. It's a lot of kids. You need Valve to release a decade. Honestly, yes. If the Valve Decade is a real thing and it's anything like the Steam Deck, it's gonna absolutely destroy Meta. Especially for the bigger games. Because it'll be a case of you don't have to like build your game for mobile VR. You'd be able to do it for desktop and it would just run using their Linux. Like the games I played on Steam Deck, I'm shocked that even runs. It's incredible. I did heart location. Get transform. The wrong place. Apparently that's what it is, a Steam Deck for VR. That'd be sick. Day one for me. 100%. I'd pre-order immediately. Like I've played a bunch of games on that, like my Steam Deck, and I am like genuinely blown away every time by how well it handles it and the quality of the games that are on there. I've said it before to like people and pretty much my wife as well. Like if they can do that, so we got Steam Deck that's running the Linux, and then it can take deferred rendering and make it run on a piece of hardware similar to that, then it means that we as VR developers no longer have to support mobile VR. We can go back to targeting desktop VR and then add rendering options to support Steam Deck. So it goes back to being able to make PC games run on mobile VR hardware, and then after that, all the other headset manufacturers need to get in line to follow that what's the word? Don't know what the word is I'm looking for. Follow the. I can't think of the word. Standards. Standards isn't the word, but you get what I mean. Oh, drop me jelly. I spent more hours playing on my Steam Deck than on my PS5 and Xbox Series X. 100%. I played in my entire Baldur's Gate, like multiple runs, same as Clair Obscur. I played through both of those entirely on the Steam Deck. I can't remember how many hours I've got. I've done 30 hours of Clair Obscur on the Steam Deck, and I finished that. And then Baldur's Gate 3. I've got nearly 400 hours on that alone. Alien. Alien Isolation. Pretty much all of this is on Steam Deck as well. Damn. Honestly, I got the Steam Deck maybe 2 or 3 months after my daughter was born, and it was honestly one of the best things I've done. Being able to just lie on the sofa and then look after her with the Steam Deck. Clair Obscur is fantastic. It's so good that my wife, who doesn't play story games, played the whole thing. Physics. Never tried doing minus gravity on something? Do a dampening, that's not the right one. You'll tell, Steam Deck is fantastic. It's surprisingly powerful for its price. Not to mention it runs on Linux, but can support Windows through the bridge. Means developers can easily target the game for desktop graphics. 100%. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like, as a VR developer, it would be a case of we wouldn't have to like try and convince clients to go to mobile VR. It'd just be, we'll get a Steam Deck or whatever it's going to be called. Steam VR, we can support desktop and then run it directly on the headset, and the Linux will just handle everything else. Same as their Proton. Would be so good. Working on both mobile and desktop is a pain. Lighting breaks. Yeah, I don't even bother anymore. I just mainly do mobile. Unless the project I'm working on for a client is specifically for desktop, then I'll pretty much always target mobile or forward rendering, and then go that way. You're a bit bigger than expected. Also not what I expected to happen. Widget blueprint should be attached to the sphere, but it's not. What? Honestly, I don't know why it happened, but I'm not even going to try and debug it. The um, there we go. Couple of little bugs. Thank you for that idea, by the way, to Real Turbo. Definitely makes it a little bit better than reading it through the top left of the screen. I'm thinking if you've got like a little image. Like an image of a heart somehow. And then have it faded in the middle. That's cool. Do it so the number shows up in the middle of it. Don't know what I'm allowed to use overall, like license-wise for a game jam. I'll have to have a look, but we could do something like that and then have the have it in the middle, and then do it so the image like pulses a couple of times and then it disappears, like fades out. I don't know why that hard code this, so do a timeline instead of doing it animated. That again should be fine. Do it so it's full, and then something like that. How do you do that? Widgets. Like, lay it out. And then pull my own heart out. I can press it. I need to fix that material so it doesn't go all crazy. And then we can see the hearts. I could do it where there's one specific heart that we need. Question is, what do we do now that we've ripped them out? I do have the entire game jam idea in mind now. Cool. Honestly, you should give it a go. Like, if you got the time for it, I think it would work really well. I'm not sure which VR phone to start with. Epic's VR expansion plugin. You've got access to the GDXR as well. You're welcome to use that. And again, it's depending on what you're used to. Depending on what you want. The thing is like, how much C++ do you know for the VR expansion plugin to be able to set that up and then use it? If you've got enough that you can modify it, then go for that. It's going to be a decent starting point. But if not, then probably the VR template, do it by default, and then you'll be better off. But it's going to be entirely up to you. Oh, would that be alright if I use GDXR? Yeah, sure. You've got access to the GitHub anyway. If you take that and then zip it, so if you open one up and then zip it in File, Zip Projects, it will give you a full copy of the template, which you can then use as a groundwork. I also pushed an update to it this morning, so you can actually duplicate characters and stuff like that now. But I've pretty much done everything I'm doing here without modifying anything. The only thing I did change, which should be in the GitHub repo, is in Motion Controllers and Hands, is I had to change this cast node to the cast to player controller instead of cast to VR character controller, because I duplicated it. I duplicated the character controller that I had, so I've got one for the main menu and then one for the character at this level. So it's been a bit of a pain. I say pain, it's not. It works really well. Right, AI. Already got character component. How long we got? 20 minutes. We'll do AI movement tomorrow. What else can we do today? I say thank you very much. No worries, man. It's all good. Thank you for all the help with the multiplayer stuff. Error. No, there isn't. But yeah, it's been good to use the GDXR template on this because it's helped me figure out what I need to sort out. But to be fair, there's very little I've had to change. Apart from those nodes, the cast nodes in the hands, I haven't really had to do anything else, just build onto it. We've got the ability to eat hearts and press the trigger to use our heart to see other people's. What about a game of like hide and seek? So there's an AI that's walking around that you need to find, but you've only got so many pulses to do it with. So when you press the trigger, you've got to limit how many you've got. Sounds boring though. I'm struggling so much with this. Like, I'm super happy with the mechanics that I've got, but I don't know what else. I've got about 20 minutes left. I don't know whether to see if we can figure out this death screen. See if we can sort that back out. HUD master. Game countdown. I wasn't paying attention to that. Initial delay 1, so we do this 2. How do we do it where we've got to put hours somewhere to like charge up? Noise. Noise is world position. Sample noise. Feels like that. If I do that, hopefully that should sort it out so it doesn't. So it still pulses, but when we move around. What's it doing? Be helpful if I put it in the right node, wouldn't it? Vertex normal world space. Cool. If I get a better mesh that's not a sphere, it should fix the pole issue. I think I should do it that if it's attached, you get more score. So like if it was attached like that, you'd get more score, but if you just pull it out, then you don't. That's sorted. Enable. I need to have a look at getting AI done. Something that moves around, runs around. And what I'm going to do as well. It's going to be so expensive. I think I've been able to do a game over screen. It's like if the player dies, then it restarts. And then that gives us tomorrow and Monday finish off, maybe a little bit on the evenings. No idea where I'm going to find models from. very well it beats the point of doing that. I wonder if I could do it so it doesn't have much of the features. Undo all of this. I don't know how I broke them. There we go. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to call it there. I've got to go out to get my daughter, and then I'm going to get some fresh air as well and try and have a think of what I can do from here on out. And then we're going to hit it back tomorrow until about 2 o'clock, and then I've got to go get the keys for the new house. But after that, I'll try and get back on. See where we go from there. Cool. Alright, everyone. It was a pleasure to hang out with you all today. And I will see you all tomorrow.